Hi, welcome to the March 2nd, 2021 Club Cubase live stream. I'm going to do a quick audio test and we'll get started in just a couple of minutes. Bear with me just for a second. Hi, welcome. Okay, audio seems to be going through just fine. My name is Greg Undo. I'll be the host for the live stream today. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is we could submit questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de, or you could ask questions in the live chat field. We'll try to go through the questions chronologically as they come in. The ability for people to type questions in will far exceed my ability to answer them. So, if you find that you type a question in and you don't get an immediate response, you may want to just wait a little bit. We'll try to go through them all chronologically. And with that said, if we could try to avoid asking the same question repeatedly, so if you don't get an answer in a minute or two, if we could try to refrain from asking typing the same question over and over again, it just makes everything longer to get through. If you are, I'm presenting. I work again. My name is Greg Undo. I work as a product specialist for Yamaha Corporation of America, focusing primarily on Steinberg products. I'm based in the United States, and I'm presenting from Alexandria, Virginia, just outside of Washington D.C. area. If you're on the Hangout Live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. If you are watching this after the live portion, you may want to skip ahead a couple minutes as we let people get logged in, and we'll let people do introductions to tell us where they are from. So a couple of other things. Like many of you during pandemic, my family is at home, so you may hear my wife working directly above me as she's doing her office, and as she's working in her office, and my son is doing virtual school at home today, so I may have to do something for him when during a screen break or during when his school is over. I'll try to keep those to a minimum, but I'll apologize in advance for any of the disruptions. So if you are watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself. If you're going through watching this on a replay, you may want to skip ahead a couple minutes. We'll try to have the time-stamped index done later tonight. It was for the people, a little tradition we started the last hangout of the month. We'll cut a little short, and we did a Zoom hangout. So we've done that for the last 2 months. So we did it in January and February. So it was really wonderful to see everyone kind of in person, on the Zoom portion. So we will do that again towards the last live stream in March. But let's go ahead and quickly see who's on. So, all right. So I see Pablo from Galicia, España. All right. So we have Tan May back. That's great. We've missed you, Tan May. All right, let's do a quick scan here before we get started. We have Robbie Bowling from Dallas. Okay. Okay, so we have Uno from Finland. Okay, so we have Johnny D. Swing, I believe, from Pittsburgh. We have Soren in Sweden. All right, we have Dave Pierce. We see Jazz Dude from a sunny Germany. We have John Costigan. It's great to see you on the Zoom from Kenosha. We have Agent K, who's always kind enough to do some moderation for us. All right, so Dave Pierce from London. All right, Stefan from Sweden. All right, so we have Ted Springman from Sherman Oaks. We have Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. Okay. Okay, we'll just go through and we'll get started here in just a couple minutes. All right, so we have Gavin from South Africa. We have France, Riverside, California, India. All right, so we have Sao Paulo, Brazil. I have some good friends from college that are working in the State Department there in Sao Paulo. Just moved down last year. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So question. Hi, Greg. When Spectral Layers is assigned to an event, there's a corresponding sign in the upper right corner at the end of the part. Is it possible to place it at the beginning or middle of the event? So a lot of times when there's a particular state for an event, so we could see a little icon that will show up here. So if I put this into musical mode, we'll see this particular icon, or if Spectral Layers is on it. So this is kind of just a little bit of a courtesy icon just to indicate that something, is, has a special extension or different mode. I don't know of any way to place that anywhere other than the upper right-hand corner. So I don't know of a way to do that, or of any preferences to do that. I could mention it to the planning team as well, but I don't know of a way to change the position of that visually. Okay, so a question from Pablo. Hi, Greg. Which is better, decrease or increase the volume on group channels, or is it directly on individual channels? So if we have a number of sources that are going to, let's say, a particular group. So, I think it gets you to the same place, Pablo. So, if I wanted to come here and, link all of my drum tracks, let's say, as they're playing. Let's say if I just wanted to do like a quick link on these. So if you want to just do it for volume, just doing the individual channels. But if you wanted to do processing on them, so this is where we could add a group track. So make it a stereo group. So, it'll kind of get you to the same spot. Let me just select all the tracks and assign it from, I'll do it correctly this time. So we'll add a group track to the selected channels. So now I'm just changing the gain structure of all the channels by moving one single fader. So it used to be people conceptually would often use a bus or a group on a console so that because it was really hard to move, 12 faders and keep the proportional volumes. So if you're not really doing any processing on the group, or, need to do other types of automation, and where this also, so if I wanted to come over here and just put a compressor on the group, I could just come here and process all the drums together. So say I just wanted to just squash the drums here. So you could do that and do processing. That's when I would want to use a group. And if I wanted to just, do stuff where I had maybe automation where different tracks were going in and out, like up and down, but maybe in contrary motion, I would maybe use a VCA so I could increase or decrease without affecting the automation states, because once they're linked, all the automation can kind of be blown out as soon as you move one of the faders. So I would say if you want to do processing, run it through a group. If you have a lot of automation and you wanted to maintain the automation, even if tracks are going in contrary motion with the automation, then I would use a VCA. But if it's strictly for volume control, kind of in a static mix, I don't think it makes a difference for you. So, okay. Okay, so we see E turn AT, blessed, and thanks for this is well needed. Loved the last live stream. Sorry, I have an email blocking. Okay, really informative. That's great. All right. So once again, great to see Tanmay back. We missed you for like last month or so. You haven't been on a hangout, so I think it's really late where you are. Okay, so question from Tanmay. Why does Cubase 11 ask for screen recording permission in Mac? So oftentimes it's kind of a little odd thing within the Mac OS that if you're recording audio for permission's sake, it kind of assumes like, you know, like if you're setting up like for, let's say, doing privacy where if your microphone is active. So if you're recording audio on Mac, you may get a notice that you come over here to your system preferences. And when you go to, I think it's under like privacy and security. Let me just. That you would need to basically just, of course, I'm not going to be able to find it now. Let me just. So, but usually what you could do is just simply, let me see if it's under accessibility shortcut. So if you wanted to, you know, so basically you need to give the application permission to access a microphone for security purposes. So it's not a Cubase issue, but it's a Mac OS issue. So there's a lot of times when people will call me up and like really advanced users, and they'll just say, oh, all of a sudden, you know, my Cubase isn't recording audio. And then you have to kind of go into the Mac OS and be able to just, so if we go here to security and privacy, so just sitting right there. And then when you go to microphone, that you'd have to tell it's okay for Cubase to access your microphone. So that's what you need to do. So it's just a kind of a security setting that's part of the Mac OS. So it's nothing that Cubase is doing, just what Mac OS is allowing you to do. All right, so question, how to do plugin automation within direct offline processing window, for example, shifting pitch, etc. So a lot of times the plugin processing, you know, is more of a static value, but if you wanted to do it for pitch, so let's say if I wanted to take my snare, I'll just take something kind of constant here. So I'll just take this, and let's say I just want to do a pitch shift on this that varied. I could go to my offline processes, and here we could just go to pitch shift. All right, so let's say I'll undo that. So I'll just say, let's go to pitch shift. And then if you go to envelope, here you could just say, I want to take that. And you can set the range of semitones. So let's say you want to go 6 up, 6 down. And now I'll auto apply that in that particular range. So that way you could just do, and you could also put it with time correction if you want, so that it will just simply, so as soon as I select this particular region, then it will automatically just pitch shift down. So that way some of the plugins themselves will evolve over time, but just make sure that when you go to transpose that you just go to the envelope tab, and then if you wanted to draw in different pitch bend shapes, you could do stuff like that too if you're so inclined, and have the pitch change over time, even though most of the processing is just more kind of like a quick status type of function. But some of the effect plugins like delays or reverbs or chorusing can evolve over time. Okay, so question from Mark Davenport. Hi, Greg. I created a loose neo-soul style MIDI drum pattern. I dragged a MIDI part to the quantize panel, but some events didn't create grid lines. Can lines be added manually? How to improve? All right, so let me just see if I could recreate this quickly. Okay, so I'm just going to find a quick MIDI drum pattern here. Okay, so let's say add this. So now if I wanted to just come here, let's go open the quantize panel. So if you have like the feel of a particular drum pattern that you've programmed, and you wanted that to be the basis for a quantize pattern, you could click right over here and just drag this particular file in. So it should, I've never really had it, had it to the point where I need it to do anything. So if you really needed that particular function, one other thing that you could try, so you can see that caught kind of the different patterns here. So as we play, so if you don't see that, visually, you could. So sometimes, I see people that may have the position adjusted here in maybe velocity up. So make sure that you have the position set to 100%. If it's still kind of not making sense, you could also try to do it from an audio file. So if I just rendered a MIDI part, so say I'll just go to, let's render, let's say, with our channel settings. Okay, so now I could, another method, if you wanted to, is to try to grab the hit points. And once you have the hit points, and let me just undo that just to, so now that we go to our hit point detection, you could, just come right over here, and if you hold down, I think it's the Alt or Option key, that you could, manually add a point for the hit points if you wanted to. So you could try maybe turning it into an audio file and see if you have better luck with that. But check just to make sure like your position is set here, and then maybe you don't have it. Like you could have kind of a soft quantize mode, or that you don't have audio warp selected. Some of those things may prevent it from catching all the subtleties of your particular groove. Okay. So we see hi from Finland, from Uno. Any idea how many active Cubase users there are in the world? I don't know. I've heard over 3 million. I don't. I just kind of see stuff. I work for the U.S. distributor, so I don't actually work directly for Steinberg. but I think that was a number I heard maybe 10 years ago. So it could be, much higher than that because, Cubase's popularity is, incredibly, high. We also sell, a whole lot of Cubase licenses and for OEMs like the Cubase LEs and AIs in the world as well. So, but I don't really have like a global perspective on it. So, but I can see if I can find out. All right. Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to use VariAudio on a trombone. It detects some notes but misses others. Volume does not seem to be the issue. What am I doing wrong? So I think, the algorithm for VariAudio is really kind of intended for vocals, but I've done lots of different aspects. Let me see if I could just pull up a file that might be kind of in trombone range. I don't think I have any particular like brass stuff. I think I have it on my other partition if I reboot it in Windows on my computer, like some brass quartet stuff. But let's say if I wanted to, I think I have like a string bass, which would, while not exactly the same, it should be the same kind of frequency range. So let's say if I just wanted to come to this, let's go to VariAudio. So that hear the piano kind of bleed through there on the tracks, but it seemed to kind of pick it up. But if you have a particular trombone part, I could be happy to take a look at it. If you want to send me a download link to Club Cubase at steinberg.de, I'd be happy to kind of take a look at it. And I know some people that may try to EQ it differently as well, like, and maybe boosting more high frequencies just on the EQ, and sometimes that may bring out some more harmonics with it. But I've done like I did a whole kind of brass quintet with lots of pitch shifting on it, so didn't have any problems with trombones on that. Okay. Okay, good to see Johnny Diaz from Pittsburgh. All right. Okay, so question from Robbie Bowling. Curious question. Is there any harm done or advantage by recording mono into stereo tracks, especially vocal tracks, for widening? So, there's no real harm. It's going to be one channel of audio. A lot of times you could just, take a mono track and, many people will run it like just a vocal file to, even to a stereo bus. So let's say if I wanted to take a vocal here, I'll just take this project. And, if I send this particular track to a group, I could now come over here. So I'll just add a group channel to the selected channels. So now if I just wanted to on this group run an insert, so let's say I'll just kind of So I can just say, okay, let's just make that wider. Those particular frequencies. That was okay. So, you know, I would try just, you know, routing it to a, you know, to a group if you need to, you know, if you need like a stereo widener plugin, you know, so, you know, or just use it as a send and, you know, try that. But there's no, you know, there's no harm done to the particular track. You know, it may make editing, it could be confusing if you pass on the track to other people for further editing or mixing, but there's no harm done to it. All right. All right, so we have Razel from Denmark. Good to see you on Hangout again. Okay, so a question for Ace Amadeus. Hi, Greg. Hope you're doing well. I've been assigning EFX inside each individual track. Is there a way to create an effects group bus, and how do I assign or route various individual tracks to it? So if I wanted to just take, you know, an effect track, let's say if I wanted to add a delay as a send, so I could come here and just choose to add an effects channel track. So I'll just say, let's add an effects channel. And now I wanted a stereo delay. I'll say, okay. And now I will select the track, go to the sends. I'm going to just say, we're going to send this out to my stereo delay. So now, so now you could just have your effect going direct, just like that. So as you play, and any track that I select, I could come over here and just say, okay, I want to take the guitar and put a delay on that particular one. So you could just route it just like that. Now, if I wanted to take like maybe a flanging send effect on my two acoustic guitar tracks, I could select those, right click, and we'll add effects channel track to the selected channels. So let's say I want to put a modulation effect. So let's put like a flanger. So now, so I'll come and we'll just say, okay, let's just add the flanger in. So if you know what tracks that you want to put a particular effect send on, you could do that. If you wanted to have like a global reverb or delay, you could just, add an effects channel track and manually route to it. So a number of different ways that you could get the audio to your particular effects channels. All right. So we have Agent K, who's kind enough to point out. So if you have, questions or you wanted to search for topics that were covered on Hangouts, if you go to cubaseindex.com, that's done by Jan. Okay. Okay, so we have Tim from Mission Viejo, California. I pasted 2 lanes together on a percussion track. I was wondering if there's a way to unpaste them after. So I'm not sure if this is audio or MIDI. So I'll do MIDI first and then audio. So let me just go to a different project here. Okay, so if I have... let's say just a quick drum pattern here. And I'm going to just activate the project quickly. That's always helpful. Okay, so now I'm going to just double click on this. So let's say if I have like kick and snare. Okay, so I'll just move all these, let's say, to my snare. So if I've taken these, which were in different lanes, and merged them together as MIDI, you could just come over here to MIDI and choose to dissolve part. And when you do this, you just say separate pitches, and that will make, our kick and our snare kind of into their own individual tracks. If it's audio, so let's say if I wanted to come here and let's say I show lane, so I'm going to make a copy. Let me just undo that. I'll just make a copy and create a new file quickly. All right, so if I've done this and just okay, I think I have delete overlaps on. Bear with me just for a second. So, if you have like these two events that are kind of, let's say, merged on top of each other. So if it's audio, you could always just kind of go back to the lanes and you could see kind of all of the different events that will be laid out. But if, so Tim, if you could let me know if it's audio or MIDI. So usually lanes would be audio. So if they're kind of merged together, generally the underlying audio file, the original files, can be intact. And if you've done like all sorts of questionable audio edits, like I just did, you have your unlimited levels of undo and redo. So Tim, if you could just specify if that's going to be, for audio or MIDI, that'd be helpful. All right. Okay, sorry, my chat field jumped on me, which it may do periodically. So once in a while I may lose some questions. I'll apologize in advance for that. I think we're okay. Okay. All right, so we have Mittal from Bangladesh. All right, so we have more shout outs to Jan for CubaseIndex.com. Okay, hey Greg, question. Is it possible to make a delay in surround sound? I have two set of monitors, one in front, one in behind, and I want to know. All right, so I'm seeing probably a trombone file coming in, so thanks for sending that. I'll take a look at it afterwards. So I have two set of monitors, one in front and one set behind. I want to know, is it possible to set a delay to go around in a circular motion? So probably what you're going to have to do is when you go to add an effects channel track. So let's say if we have a 5.1 output, so you could, let me just go to my audio connections and I'm just going to my outputs here. And I'm just going to add a 5.1 out. So now when we go to add, let's say, an insert effect, since the inserts will map based upon the channel configuration. So let's say if I add an audio track and now I want the outputs to be 5.1. So let's say, and I want the track, so I will just come here. And let's go ahead and add, let's say, a delay. So I want to add an effects channel track. And what I want is for this effects channel track to be in 5.1. So I'll just say, okay, let's just have a delay. Okay, so when we go to, our audio track that we've added, so let's say this is our 5.1 audio track. So we double click, we see we could pan our source here. I'm going to go to my sends for the particular audio track here. And I want to go directly to my delay plugin. Now my delay plugin, when we go to, let's say, our sends here. So we'll say destination will be mono delay. And now, let's see if I have this set up right. Okay, so now if we wanted to go to, I'm just going to do this on a brand new project just to make it a little cleaner. Okay, so we add a 5.1 track, and this is going to be routed out to 5.1. And let's add our effects channel track. And again, we'll make it 5.1. So we'll come over here. We're going to send this out to our delay. Turn this on. Now we'll come over to our channel strip. So now when we go to the panning tab, we can now just double click and you could pan just the delay to go anywhere in your speakers as you work. You could also just have these linked so that the panner is linked. So if you wanted the delay itself, to go directly to the surround panner, you could do that. But once you have that 5.1 effects end on your 5.1 track, you could just go to not just the destination, so this is how much of the effect, but go to the panning, and then you could adjust the panning of just the effect channel on that particular effect in 5.1. So you could have all sorts of fun with that. All right, so we're seeing from Bangladesh that Cubase is great. That's wonderful. Thanks for all the colorful emojis. All right, so we have Mike from London, UK. He says it was really nice to attend the last Hangout on Zoom. So thanks for joining us. Okay. So Greg, I know perhaps a place that needs to buy a Cubase Pro upgrade from Elements in a box They don't have a credit card to use, need to buy with invoice. I don't know if that's correct word. Suggestions. So I know, I'm not sure if I'm not sure what the online shop is in Sweden. I know we have kind of an online shop in the United States, and they can only sell in the United States that they have, like Sweetwater sells updates and upgrades for us. And they may be able, and for situations like this in the United States, they may be able to do something. But I'm not sure if, without a credit card, if there's a way, if depending on your country, maybe the online shop there, if it's in Sweden, I'm assuming it's going to be in Sweden, but I'm not absolutely sure, but maybe they take a PayPal or, some other form of payment. I'm sure that places would still take checks, but it may not be as instantaneous. But, check to see if there's a PayPal option for the online shop where you are. And I could check with our export manager, if you want to reach out to me by email. Okay. Hi, Greg. Is there a way to write program changes in a MIDI track without going into the list editor? All right, so a couple different ways. So let's take a look. I'm going to just add. Okay, so I have my MIDI track here. So I will just kind of, let's say, double click and I'll create an empty part. And let's say on my MIDI part, I wanted to go to my program change here. So let's say if I have this set up, so I have my program and bank. So at this point, I could just come up here. I think if I just do freeze MIDI modifiers, that will write the data from the inspector into the part. Let's see if it does it for the program change. So yeah, the program change is now written in. So you could set the program change directly from the event here. So I'm just going to say we're going to go to program 34. And then I go to MIDI to freeze MIDI modifiers. And now when we look at that, that program change has now been embedded directly in the part right there. So that's a way to do it very easily. You could also just select program change here and say, I just want to put a program change in with my MIDI CC controllers. But the quickest way, I think, is just to set your program change here and go to MIDI to freeze MIDI modifiers. And that basically takes the parameters from the inspector and embeds them, instead of just for playback, and embeds them directly into the part itself. So you don't have to go to the list editor. Okay, so I see, hey, Greg, I'm just going to turn up my volume a little bit and make sure, I'm just going to do a test, make sure I'm not going to be clipping in OBS here. All right, so we'll give this a shot. It's just all my volume's a little low, so let me know if this is better or worse. Okay, hey Greg, when I open a Cubase 10.5 project at the Cubase 11 Pro, it crashes when I want to render my audio in place. Is that because of the older version project? So generally when you're, if it's something, it could be related to maybe a plugin. So with every version of Cubase, some of the plugin requirements can be a little more stringent, so that rogue plugins could be, dealt with, so that they're, so sometimes you may have, a tighter restriction of the VST3 specification, and maybe some plugins don't match that. So I'm not sure. I don't think it's because of a particular version, but you might be able to trace it to a particular plugin that could be causing that. So. Okay, why is it a latency even when a plugin is disabled? This is from Jan from CubaseIndex.com. I have verified that Cubase showed latency value in the mixer correct at enabled versus disabled. So I think why the intention of that is that you could disable the plugin to save on CPU resources. But when it's disabled, it will still take into account all of the plugin delay compensation so that it doesn't have to, so if you enable all of the plugins, it doesn't give you a little bit of an audio glitch, like a little hiccup to compensate for the delay compensation. So I think that's why the latency, so that you could turn it on and off if you're A/Bing between two different scenarios of insert plugins, that you're able to do that without kind of a hiccup, because as you're doing that, it may be more critical. So that's why it still kind of has the latency. Okay, Michael Teams wants everyone to hit the whack the like button. So, and if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, make sure you do that as well. So, and those little things allow us to do these hangouts all the time. So. Okay, so you see a question, is there any shortcut like changing the input to mono, stereo, LCRS, etc., like holding command on the keyboard and using left and right arrows, like how we do in Pro Tools on both audio and group tracks? So I don't know of a way of doing that, but let's say if I add an audio track, you could, let's say, as soon as you go to the field, you could use the up-down arrows. So once you're have chosen to change it, you could just use the up down arrows. So let's say if I wanted to add a group channel, so once I want to change the configuration of this, we could use, you could go directly to that field. And so for changing configuration, once it's open, you could just, let's see, if I hit the right arrow, I could get to all the other settings as well. So it may be different, but if you click in that field, that you could use the arrows just to navigate quite easily. Okay, reading through comments. Thanks for all the great questions. All right, so we have Lawrence checking in from Rhode Island. All right, so we have Roland Klein from Sweden. All right, we have Captenergy Music on the Hangout. It's good to see you on the live stream. I see a great point from Jazz Dude. Sometimes if you could indicate the version number, and if you're running Mac or PC, so if you're running like Cubase Pro 11 or Cubase Artist 10.5, stuff like that, that's helpful. Thank you, Jazz Dude. Okay, so we see a question. Hi, Sandy, Croatia Straight. Does someone know how to remove these annoying messages? It's startup Cubase 10.5. Says soft E-licenser does not have enough permission to run properly. All fine. So I think maybe if you try running, if you just right click on it and say run as administrator, that may clear up some of the information. Sometimes just reinstalling the E-licenser program can also help. So I would try those two things and see if it makes sense. So question, is it possible to pitch bend in VariAudio? So let's go ahead and take a look at VariAudio part. Just find a file I'm thinking of. All right. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take this into our full screen view. All right, so if you wanted to, it's not necessarily designed for, doing pitch bend, but if you wanted to take a particular note, so say if I'm listening to this, you could come over here and so where maybe she had drifted flat. So you could make it very Alanis Morissette, but you could also just split different portions just by going to the bottom and then be able to adjust the pitch on each portion if you wanted to. So let's say, so if you wanted to do something horrible, kind of probably sounding like this. So I could just kind of take like that little section where she said something was wrong. Or do kind of the opposite way and just say, okay. So if you wanted to put like different vocal inflections in, so it's not going to be controlled via the pitch bend wheel. But you could kind of simulate kind of typical pitch bend type of effects. Okay, so question 2. Is VariAudio for only mono audio? Can you change an audio which is playing a chord with 3 notes? So it's intended for monophonic audio. So, but if it's not intended to work on a particular note with, like to take one note within a chord. So it's not intended for that. Okay, another question. Can we do more Zoom sessions in a month, Greg? So if you guys want to do more, I figured once a month might be a good balance to try. And just that we could, but so I want to kind of err on the side of perhaps more content during the Hangout to answering more questions. And maybe we could do, like a Saturday Zoom that more people could participate in. But I'm up for doing it, but I want to make sure that it's not going to take away, time because, we can never get through a Hangout with all the questions and I always try to catch up, but it's hard. But let me know your feelings on that. If you wanted to do more kind of Zoom things where we could get together and kind of talk more interactively. So give that, let me know your feelings on that. And if we wanted to do like an hour or two on a Saturday, I could probably do that. But sometimes, like doing the Hangouts for 4 hours and then it takes, another 3 hours to do the index. So it could take a lot of time to do this in addition to other work responsibilities. But I'm up for it if you guys feel the need to do more. So. Okay. Okay, so I see from Tanmay, what about external third-party plugins for automation within offline processing? I don't see any envelope panel for those. So when we do our offline processing, that's doing it, so like the pitch shift is one of, not necessarily a plugin, but a sample editor. Let me see if there's, so if I wanted to do it on a particular plugin, I mean, you could just, automate a plugin parameter. So let's say if I come and I have my reverb on this particular channel and I wanted to, render, if I wanted to automate the reverb time on a particular phrase. So let's say as we're playing this. So let's say if I wanted to just do a delay, so if it's going to be changing, I would kind of use more of automation for that. And if you needed to render it, that you could quite easily. But let's say if I just want it like a quarter note delay, dotted quarter delay. So I'll just... and then I would just choose to do a render in place with, once we have that audio, do a render in place and include the complete signal path. And then you could just turn that directly into, directly into an audio file, which will give you the same thing. And you could render in place and keep the original file. But, when we have like the pitch envelope, that isn't a plugin. That's part of the sample editing functionality. So that's why you may not see it with third-party plugins. But if you wanted to have more dynamic changes, just simply automate the plugin and render in place. And you still have the original file and you have the rendered file as well. That's how I would approach it. And it's good to have you back, Tanmay. We see that Gareth has joined us, and yes, he did miss the Backbone giveaway. So, all right, maybe next time. Anyway, just kidding. Okay, see, great point from Jazzy is I bet in 2019 when it had the 50% 30 years deal, the numbers at least doubled. So that was a ridiculously good sales month. So that was great. Okay, so as you see a question, how to synchronize two different tempo patterns or more with program tempo. So if it's kind of getting two different audio files that you want to match, I'll see if we could do something easily here. So let's say if I wanted to do my tempo detection, so I will come over here. Okay, so I think if this is more, so if it's, I'm not sure if it's two different tempos, or two different material that is set to two different tempos. So let's say I have, I'll just find a quick drum loop. Okay, so let's say if I want to, Okay, so let's say if I want to get these two files that are at different tempos and I want them to sync, what I could use is more. So I need to find out kind of what the tempo is originally if the program doesn't have it. So with this, I'm going to do a quick tempo detection on this file because this file is varying tempos. So now when I listen to it, so we kind of figured out, so going to the project to tempo detection, we can automatically figure out what the tempo is of that particular file. So I'm going to, at this point, just find out where the downbeat is. So place it kind of in. So we'll say right here is the downbeat. So as we do this. So we kind of know what the tempo is of that particular file. But let's say if I want to take that drum loop that we had here, and I wanted this drum loop to match the tempo of the other file. So I'm just going to drag this all the way to the beginning. Okay, so what I want to do now is, once you know what the tempo is of one of the files, you could place it into musical mode. So if I listen to this now, that drum loop is going to be playing at its original file. So once you know what the tempo is, you can just come over here and select the event and place it into musical mode. And now this will automatically align. So as we listen to it, so this is speeding up and slowing down to kind of just match the original tempo. So that's how you could get, your tempo information from, multiple files to, files that are different tempos to synchronize. So you just see from Pablo, Greg needs more projects. I will take projects from anyone as long as I could use them on YouTube. So if you guys, I'd be happy to even use some of the hot mess stuff that I played bass on. So I should make that a requirement. If I play bass on your project, I get to use it in Cubase live streams. Okay, so I see a question from Tanmay. Can we have different quantize settings for key editor and arranger area where events are arranged, like 24% swing in 1/16 in key editor and 1/4 67% in arranger area? So let's go ahead and let me just. Okay, so let's say if I want it, so I think that, so let's say if I come here, so I think that they're going to be synchronized between the two. So when I come over here, we can see that those will be synced. So let me just make sure I'm reading it right. So currently the quantized value is going to be synchronized between the two, which makes sense. But I can see where it could also make sense to maybe have, a different value. But it's pretty quick, with keyboard shortcuts to go between different the quantized presets. So you could call these up in different values for the quantized presets, but currently they're designed to be synchronized, which I think is probably the more common model, but I'll happily kind of pass that along. All right, good to see Kyle Kennedy on a Hangout. Okay, we have a question from Carlos Ponson. Hi, Greg. How can I make from a whole note 8 1/8 notes in Cubase? Okay, so let's say I'll have a whole note here. Okay. Okay, so this is one whole note here from measure 30 through 31. So if I wanted to split this note evenly, I would grab the scissors tool, and I'm just going to turn on like snap to grid. So let's say if I want this to be 1/8 notes, and so I'm going to just hit the letter J here and turn on snap. So at this point, I will just hold down the Alt or Option key and click with the scissors tool. And now we have 8 eighth notes from a one whole note measure. So once again, just come over here. You wanted to just wherever you cut at. So if I wanted to be 4 quarter notes, I could come here and just cut, holding down the Alt or Option key. I could have 4 notes. If I wanted to undo that, just cut at an 1/8 note interval, and that will take that. So it's kind of a great film composer trick. Okay, I want a bunch of just come over here and or if you wanted to turn it into 16th notes, and this way you could have it automatically kind of on a grid. You can now just hold down Alt or Option and cut. And now you have 16. So that will cut kind of at the same length intervals for all that. So switch your quantize on 1/8 notes and just Alt or Option plus the scissor tool and cut a note. Okay, so I just see Kyle Kennedy's, Greg, thanks for that compressed verb trick. Had some fun with it yesterday. That's great. All right, question. If I want to go go in a new direction by copying to a new project folder with new copies of audio, how can I tell if the new project isn't referencing audio from the old project? Okay, so let's say I have these files here. Okay, I'll just do a new project. All right, so I'm going to copy these files over. All right, so you probably will get this, and you'll get, copy files to new. So you'll have import options, and you'll have this little choice here. So you could just copy. So I just did a kind of a drag and drop, but you could just here, I'll say copy files to new project folder. And if that's selected, it's actually moving the files into the project folder of this. And if you're just copying and pasting, so let's go ahead, I'll copy these and let's see if I paste it into this folder. I get that same window. Now there's this little do not ask again that many people click. And if you clicked on do not ask again and you want that back, I believe if we go to your Cubase preferences, that we can come over here and I think maybe under on import audio files, you could have it to open the options dialog or use settings. And with this, you could have the settings of copy all files to project folder. So if you do that, then all of your files will remain intact and you'll be good to go. All right. So I just got a good email from a friend of mine trying to get a Debbie Gibson video message for one of my college roommates for his 50th birthday. So it looks like it may happen. So working on it. Okay. Okay, so we see question, is Yamaha letting you fly across the U.S. in April? LA plans? So our end of fiscal year starts, or our new fiscal year starts April 1st. I'm not sure if they're planning on having anyone travel for corporate stuff until... I haven't heard any of the latest stuff. I've kind of heard inklings it may be the second quarter, so maybe July. I might be able to travel again. So, but I wanted to travel before July. I had to take a flight before July 30th or I lose 3.6 million frequent flyer miles. So I may have, if I don't fly to LA, I may fly to, Charlotte for an hour or something like that. But hopefully this summer I'll be able to travel and go to LA. So I miss seeing a lot of my friends there. So, but, hopefully by that time we'll see where vaccinations are. So I don't really want to travel so much if I'm not vaccinated, obviously. So, okay. Okay, so we see a question from Tanmay. How to duplicate MIDI with equidistant, meaning have one bar MIDI that I want to duplicate, not copy, with a space of one bar in between. Like the bar 1 and 3 should be filled and bar 2 should be empty. So if you want to do it, obviously on the project window, we could... Let's say if I come here and I have all right, so say if I have MIDI notes in this measure and that measure. So, if we're doing on a project window, we could just, drag out and that would duplicate with the middle measure kind of, empty in each of those. But a lot of times what I see is where, let's say if this was another measure longer, and people want to kind of duplicate the range. So there isn't a range tool on the MIDI edit window. I've been kind of lobbying for it because there's a lot of great uses for it. But if I wanted to also come to this, we could go to what's called an in-place editor. And this way, if I wanted to just select like a range of particular notes, I could grab my range tool and I could just say, okay, I want to just take that particular range, and I could just hit Control or Command D and then we could duplicate while kind of preserving the space based on the range selection as opposed to the events. And this comes in handy if you want to copy, let's say if you have a one measure pattern that starts on beat 2 and ends on beat 3. So, you could use kind of the range tool for the in-place editor. Hopefully we'll see some changes with that coming in the future to make it a little easier, but there's a couple different ways to approach it. Excuse me, I had to clear my throat. All right. Hi. In the key editor, the tones sound in another pitch than what it shows. Example, E's play F sharp, A's play B, the G's play A, the keys on the keyboard plays the right tone. So it could be, maybe there's several different ways of having parts transposed. So let's say, if I'll just look at, so let's say I have this part here and it's sounding kind of the wrong notes. So let's just make this into kind of full screen. Okay, so, it could be, so if you're seeing it visually correct, it could be, there's a couple of things that it could be. It could be that it's if there's a transpose track. So let me just add a transpose track. Just going to activate this project first. That would help. Okay, so if we add a transpose track. Okay, so let's see if these change or if they're just going to change on playback. All right, so now when you do this, so we saw that transpose kind of change the effects. So when we do this, it could just be, and I think this is a question that Tan May had that I learned through him, from him asking on the questions, but I think there is a little transpose function that indicate transposition. So when we come here, so now that if I turn this on, so if I have a transpose track, it could be, if that isn't turned on, that will still play at the transposed pitch, but we could indicate the transposition or not indicate it. The first area I would look at is just to see if on the inspector for the MIDI part itself, if you go to MIDI modifiers, here you could have this transpose set up and this would play back. So as as the part is played back, the part would transpose, but the original notes won't move. So I would check probably first here in the MIDI modifiers to make sure there isn't a transpose set there. And then within the editor, you could also, if you have the indicate transposition active, you could see that indicated here. So that's the two first areas that I would look at. Okay, so I see question. Sometimes in Cubase Artist 8.5, when I use Control-Z to undo recording take, all the tracks are reset to minimum height and are really small, assuming it's just a bug. So a lot of times it's if you might have the wrong modifier key. So I think if you just hit Z, like all the tracks can get to be really tall, like really small. So that's, so it could be maybe you're missing the transpose, like the control Z. So if you just kind of hit Z instead, so let's say these are all kind of large and expected, and we're doing this, and then you hit Z, that one of the tracks could be larger, and the other ones get smaller. And I think if you hit maybe Alt Z, you might have kind of similar. So I think it's probably you're just missing the. So you're probably just missing the control with that, So maybe like the control key was let up. So if I just want to go to my key commands, I'll just search for. So the Z will be zoom in tracks exclusive. So, depending on if you have, what part that you have selected. So if I hit Z now, they'll all kind of get small. So it could be that, maybe you're just hitting the Z slightly after the control key. And I think that's probably what's going on, Jeff. So kind of be aware of that and see if it makes sense. You see some moderation by Agent K. It's appreciated. Okay. Hi, Greg. From Macedonia. Why can't I export to desired destination folder? It allows only export to project audio folder. So I think you could come over here. So let's say I want to do an export audio mixdown. At this point, I could just click on, and this is slightly different in version 11. But at this point, I could just click on choose, and then it's going to allow me to choose whatever folder I want for my export audio mixdown. And the functionality will be slightly different implementation cosmetically, but you could just choose your path of where you want it to be exported to, I think, in any of the versions. So, at that point, it will just, go to, if you just click on here, choose, then you could choose any particular file, folder, location. John Costigan wants people to take advantage of this special deal by pressing the like button. So, all right, good to see ProWash DFW on the Hangout. Okay, so we see maybe a reclarification on Ace's question. Hi, Greg. Earlier question, I think I posted incorrectly. I was trying to mean, how can I create an effect channel group and assign it to 10 or 12 individual tracks so they can all share the same effects channel? So, if you wanted to kind of just do this all at once, let me just go to this particular project here. So if I wanted to take all of my drums and send it to a reverb, what I could do is select them all and just go to, say, add effects channel to selected tracks. So I will now add these to, let's say, RevX reverb that comes with the UR interface. And now when you go to our sends, they're all of my drum tracks are being sent directly to that. And we could set, if I have quick link, I could select all of the tracks. And, if quick link is active, we could turn these all on or set varying amounts of all the tracks directly to that. So then all of my drum tracks would go to the reverb. So that's all going to this new plate reverb that I added. So all that is sending directly to that. So let me know if that makes sense, Ace. Okay, so we have a question. If I update from Cubase 6.5 to 11 Pro, can I uninstall the older version first and then install the 11 Pro, or how does it work? You could do it either way. Some people, if you set up a lot of keyboard shortcuts and like your recent projects in Cubase 6.5, if you install Cubase 11 while leaving Cubase 6.5 and open it up, it will extract all of that information, like your user settings, templates, your recent projects. That will all be kind of carried over. But when you get Cubase 11, you could just install it brand new on your machine without any worries. So you don't have to do it. But if you have a lot of user settings that your audio interface, all of those settings can be carried over if Cubase 6.5 is still installed when Cubase 11 is installed, with that still resident on the system. Okay, my chat field just jumped on me. Bear with me. Thank you, everyone, for wonderful questions. Okay, so I don't think I lost any questions there. Let me clear my throat. Excuse me. Greg, question from Kyle Kennedy. Greg, can the logical editor hangout be mostly emailed questions? Just thinking about time constraints. So yeah, if you have particular logical editors, that is something that people had asked for, was kind of dedicated, like a feature-focused hangout, I guess we could call it. So if you have particular things that you want to do in a logical or project logical editor, I'll try to have it prepared as much so you don't have to watch me kind of fumble around. But if you want to email me like particular logical editor, things that you want to accomplish or try to accomplish, we could have that in advance, and that would be a great help to me. Excuse me, just had to clear my throat again. All right, so I see from Tim Weinheimer, there was an instrument, some MIDI track on the lanes, so glad that did it for you. So question from Pablo, could the visibility agents be increased, which we have limited to 8 in Mix Console with Project Logical Editor? Thanks. So I think it's still going to be 8, 8 different scenarios. But if you wanted to, we could do stuff like, let's say if I have a group channel, an effects channel on this, we may be able to do like a project logical editor to hide particular functions. So let's say if I wanted to hide my effects channels. So what I want to do is and we could do this in a project logical editor. So I want to come over here and say I want to select media type is equal to, say, an effect. And let me just see if I had to do it. Maybe container type is equal to a track, and the media type is equal to
effect. And one of the things that you could do is just kind of trigger a macro. And one of the macros I made, which I think is a hide selected track. So I made a macro that's just one particular function. So when I go to my key commands, so you can't trigger a key command, but you could trigger a macro. So I made a macro that is just one particular command. So if I wanted to say, let's hide all of my effect tracks. So I'm going to say it's going to select all the effect tracks and then trigger the macro of hide selected tracks. So I'm going to just come here. All right, so we see I have my effects channel. So I'll come here and hit apply. And now my effects channel is gone. So I could also have a different condition of, hide my effect and group channels. So if I wanted to go to my visibility, I could say, let's see. So if I wanted to, instead of having an entire channel visibility, I might be able to just come over here and say, okay, we're going to select all of our group and effects channels and hide them. So and I'm just going to switch this to OR. So now I could, just hide particular types of channels in different conditions. So we could think of this as a way of maybe extending, beyond the 8 channels, so if you have, stuff like, okay, I want everything with, particular drum names to be hidden, or I only want to see bass, you could probably set up different conditions for your Project Logical editor to add more than 8 visibility kind of agent presets. So I see a question. Hi, Greg. Is it possible to mute the left or right channel of my UR22C when recording? I have 2 mics connected and don't want it to leak when I'm monitoring. So if it's so I'm not sure if you're doing a stereo recording or a mono recording. So if I have, so if I come here and I add an audio track, and let's say my VST connections, and I go to my inputs. So let's just say I'll just go to a preset of 1 stereo in. So I have this from my UR24C, and I'm going to add an audio track. So at this point, and I'm going to say, okay, we're going to make it a mono track. So if you're recording a mono source, we could now go to the inspector, and you may see it where, okay, I see my input, and it may default to stereo in. So if you're monitoring something if you're plugged into input 1, but what you could do is just come over here to the stereo in and just choose which particular input that you want to record. So if you're only recording on one channel and it's kind of, leaking into another particular channel, even though you don't have 2, you could also come over here and define 2 mono buses. So say if I wanted to so I could add these as mono in 1 and mono in 2. And now when I go to set the inputs, I could assign it to either set my input rather. So rather, to my stereo input, I could send it to mono in, mono 2. So that should negate if don't have anything connected in that particular channel of your UR22, that should, not record that signal or monitor that signal.
So let me know if that is kind of the scenario for you. So. Okay, so just reading through comments. You see Gareth is getting coffee. Okay, reading through more comments. Thanks for all the great discussion. And if you've learned something new, make sure you hit the like button. And if you want to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that. Michael Team just wants people to hit the like button and whack it good. Okay, I see from Kyle Kennedy. Anyone know how to get the chord display to show up when key editor is in full screen? All right, so let's say I have a bunch of chord track information going on. So I'll add a chord track. All right, so I'll just come here and just populate some chords. Be the worst chord progression of all time. Okay, and let's say I have a MIDI track going on. So I have lots of chords going, and I add a MIDI track. So as soon as I come over here and I want to see the chords, I could now just double click. So we'll open up our MIDI part. Okay, so you have this concept, and this was one of the new features in 11 where you have global tracks. So now you could come over here and display marker tracks, chord tracks, so different information. So you can now see, video tracks, tempo tracks, all that information directly on top. So you could just come right over here to the global tracks, and then you could check time signature, as well as tempo, marker tracks, video, chord tracks. All that could be just visible directly within your MIDI key editor when it's in full screen mode. So that was one of the new things that came in version 11. All right, great to see Mark Rabin on a Hangout. Okay, just all right. So I see. So Ace kind of asking the same question about the effects channel, but I think we covered it. But I know that you probably asked it much earlier. So okay, so hi, if I record multiple tracks in loop mode, is there an easy way to solo listen to each lane together for each track? I want to record the same song in loop mode and listen to different takes. Okay. Let me just revert this. So if I was doing that, I may convert the different, if you're going to do it for multiple tracks, I may take these, you'll have a function. I'm going to, let's just copy these. And this is where like track versions can really come into play. So I'm going to select all of my tracks. And then we could just say, okay, let's go to new version. And let's say I'll paste. And I'll do new version, paste. So once I have, let's say I'll just transpose these up. Okay, so you always have this function of when you go to project to track versions to convert lanes to create versions from lanes. So if I'm doing like kind of a full band, I may come over here and just kind of listen to this and say, okay, I wanted to go to take 2 or take 3. And if all the tracks are selected, I could just come over here and listen to different takes kind of all together. So this way, once they're all selected, you can say, okay, you know what? Take 1 was interesting and take 2 was okay for that part, and let's listen to take 3. So these are all kind of, routed to the same tracks. I like the comping for, like single parts or just a few tracks, but if I'm doing like a full band, I prefer to kind of work with it in track versions. And you could also do stuff like, okay, I want to create an empty version. So say new version, but I wanted to take, all of this from, so I will do, like a global copy. And let's go to version 5. And now I want to like paste at origin. So if I don't do it wrong. So at this point, we could just choose to, paste different stuff. So you could build different versions. But I would work with track versions if you're kind of doing a full band scenario. So if you do multiple tracks, you may find that the track versions works a little easier. Okay, so we just see how can I join Cubase. So if it's like the Cubase Nation Discord, I think Jazz Dude will probably post a link. But if you wanted to join the Hangout, you're on the Hangout. If you want to become a Cubase user, you could just purchase a license and have fun with it. All right, great to see Millard Brown on a Hangout, and it's wonderful to have you on the Zoom session last week. So question, is it possible to have a negative delay for external effects returns? So let's take a look. I'm not sure if there is. So I'm not sure if you want your external effects to be, early in time, if that's a particular use case, but
let's come over here to audio connections, and let's say I'll go to external effects. Let's say I want to put a distressor on a particular channel. So I'll go to external plugins. So, usually when you measure the delay, that will automatically compensate for it. And so I don't see a way to do it there. So if it's that it's, playing out of time, and the it's playing out of time because you didn't click on the measure delay. But I don't, it's hard to have it since it's being routed out to the real world. The signal is contingent upon it returning in time. That, sometimes it's hard to send a signal since it's all real time based, it's hard to send a signal, out earlier, kind of reliably to make it, consistently in time. But maybe if you could give, if it's maybe an external reverb, let me just try that and see if I add like an effects channel track. And let's come over here to our external plugin. So if it's running as an effects channel track, it looks like you could adjust the delay earlier there. So see if that works for you. But if it's running as an external effects, as an effects channel track, it looks like it can be set with a negative delay, but maybe not as an insert. So I guess for the external effects return, so give that a shot. Let me know if that makes sense. Okay, so we have a question: how to add multiple tracks to group sub. All right, so if I wanted to take and create a track to all of these, I want to take all of my drums here. I could right click and say add group channel to selected tracks. So now they're all being routed out here. If I didn't have that set up, I can add a group track. So I'll come over here. We'll just give it a name. Let's call it March 2nd. And then so if I wanted to take all of these tracks, I could hold down my Alt or Option plus Shift, and I'll send these all to my March 2nd group. And so now as we look at our output, they're all being sent to the particular group. So you can hold down Alt or Option plus Shift, and then you could kind of do routing to, the same destination for multiply selected events as well. So if I just wanted to come select that, and I wanted these all to go to, whatever input or, whatever group that I want, then all those tracks have been routed at the same time. Thank you for all wonderful questions. Okay, hi Greg, question. I don't have any preset for Apache X or 5 in Cubase 11 Pro, but it has in Cubase 10 Pro. How to fix it, please? So as, a lot of times what you could do, depending on your setup, you could come over here
and go into the application data folder. So on Windows, which you could, if you go to kind of like the start globe here, and then you'll see programs, you go to Cubase, and don't start Cubase, but below that you'd see, and I can't really show because I'm on a Mac, you'd see the application data folder, and you could copy over presets from 10.5 to 11 if necessary. So, and on the Mac, you could go to your library. So you have to kind of go to the Go menu and hold down the Option key. And then you could go to library. And when we come here, you'll see, I believe it's just going to be under preferences. So when we go to your preferences folder, all right, you'll see presets, and then you could just see all of the presets here. So you could probably copy them from the 10 point. You'll have a different preference folder for Cubase 11 and Cubase 10.5. You could just kind of copy those from the 10.5 to 11 manually, and I think that they'll show up for you. Sorry about that. It's kind of annoying. All right, so I just see, I think, Written Yadav, just asking for like an inexpensive audio interface that comes with Cubase. So, you know, check out the UR22 is a great, is a great, wonderful interface. There's also UR22C, which could, works over USB 3.1. So check those out. To see interesting comment from Gareth. It says Melodyne has more options if you could pay the exorbitant price for the full version, but I've just done a test on a single vocal between Melodyne and VariAudio, and for me, VariAudio did a better job. So it's great. Thanks for sharing that, Gareth. Okay. Okay, so you can just email come in. All right. So I see Michael Teams. I like the Zoom idea. It's more of a get together to say hi and put faces with names. But I still like this format since I'm learning so much. Thanks, Greg. All right. All right, so I just see how to resample in Cubase. So, so this could mean a lot of different things, but let's say if I have just an instrument track. Okay, so let's say I just come to this instrument track, and if I wanted to, so resampling often means, and it could mean different things, and if I misinterpret, Joey, just let me know. But if I have, like, let's say one note here, let me just draw this in. Okay, so let's say if I come here and I just want to draw that note in. So one of the things that you could do in Cubase that's quite handy is I could just take that MIDI that's routed to a particular note and go to, so let's say this is now just playing one note out of a synth, and if I wanted to resample it, I could just take that MIDI track and just drag and drop, and now I could just play that particular and resample that note. So let me know if that's what you mean by resampling. So there could be lots of other meanings of resampling, of changing sample rates, or, you know, so if I misunderstand Joey, let me know. All right, so just a nice comment from Ace. Greg, thank you for your valuable time. I'm learning a ton in these Hangouts from you, and also sometimes from the Cubasers who throw in their input. So yeah, there's lots of wonderful people, you know, like Jazz Dude. It's always incredibly helpful for people, and you know, other users helping other users helping people on the Hangout while I'm trying to catch up. All right, so we see John Costigan's okay for doing like a Saturday Zoom. Says I'm game. He says he may have misspoke on the brand name of the DI from the last Zoom discussion. So I think you did mention the Countryman. So you're okay. You didn't misspeak. You're misspeaking by saying you misspoke. Okay, so I see Loretta Frolic. I'm appreciating our great info, Greg. I've sent an email when you get to it. So I may be able to, I probably won't be able to get to the email until after the Hangout. So, but thanks for sending it, and we'll get to it in the next one. It's a lot of stuff to juggle to make the Hangouts happen. So going through emails while it's going on is difficult balance. So okay, so I see from Joey, it's like I'm also trying to connect my Roland Juno DS88 into Cubase, but when I set it in a MIDI channel, let me just check so I make sure what a Roland DS88 is. It's not coming to mind, but I'll just look it up. Bear with me just for a second. Okay, so it just looks like it's a Juno synth. All right, so let me jump back to live stream. Okay, so it says I'm also trying to connect my Roland Juno DS88 into Cubase, but when I set it in a MIDI channel, let me see if there's any more discussion later. Okay, I don't see any immediately. So if you're trying to connect like an external MIDI instrument, so the MIDI, it's probably just going to work over USB. If you have a MIDI interface, you could use that as well. But when you have so you can send MIDI in and out of it. So once you have the USB driver installed and you add a MIDI track, you could route it out to, like, I have a USB port on my Steinberg UR24C, so I could use that as MIDI in and out from my Roland DS88. And the MIDI information doesn't include the audio. Sometimes, the newer keyboards can send audio and MIDI simultaneously. but you want to have like one single audio interface in Cubase for many reasons, for clocking especially. So often if you have another audio interface, you would need to take either the outputs of your audio interface to a mixer and take the outputs from your DS88 into your mixer and kind of blend the audio there before going out to your monitors. Or if you have inputs on your audio interface, you could go to your audio connections, go to an external instrument, and let's say I want to add an external instrument, and we'll call it a Roland DS88. And as we work with this, we'll go to add an instrument track, and we go to an instrument track. I could just have this go out to the Roland DS88. So what we're doing is taking the analog outputs or digital outputs, the audio out of the instrument to inputs on your audio interface. And then you could incorporate that directly inside of Cubase and run it through the same EQs and effects and plugins and channel strip that you see already in Cubase, so you have consistency with that. So that's a great choice if your audio interface has like an extra set of inputs you're not using. So you could give that a try, Joey. Okay, so I just see, but when I set it to MIDI channel, I get latency. So, and one thing to do if you're getting latency – one other thing to try, Joey, is if you have a lot of different audio plugins that are on your system, you may have to try – if you go to the lower left-hand corner, you could just click here and activate the constrained delay compensation, and this will temporarily bypass all plugins that could be causing unwanted latency. So you could try that, Joey. All right, so I think I'm getting projects from Gareth to use for demo, so that'll be a lot of fun. All right, good to see Sable Winters on the Hangout. Okay, so I see from Brian Sawyer, says, check to see if you got my email, reinstalled Cubase and MP3 problems went away, but still cannot get any native instruments to work, even double check the paths. So, make sure that if you're doing native instruments, so if you check your paths, I'm glad your MP3 is working to start with. But make sure that your native instruments, aren't, that you had the 64-bit versions installed. And so if you kind of check the paths, make sure when you go to your studio menu and you go to your VST plugin manager, since they're all VST2 plugins, that if you click on the little settings cogwheel here, that you have the native instruments path showing up there. So, or the folder that it's in. So just check there one more time. It was VST3 plugins is kind of automatically handled. So. To see comments, Greg's voice relaxes me every hangout. So I think someone mentioned that they saw on their Apple Watch when they're on a hangout that their heart rate went down and they were more relaxed. So it's kind of interesting, but it puts my son to sleep at night when I read Harry Potter to him. So mission accomplished. All right, so just reading through comments. So as you see from Ace, Greg, could you please put the link on updating UR22 to latest firmware for Cubase 10.5 and 11? So if you have the firmware updated, so it's not really, anything that you'd have to change in either Cubase 10.5 or 11. So let's say I'll go ahead and take a look. And I think it's just a simple little utility program, but I have something similar. So with my UR24C, which is similar except has 2 more analog outs. So I could see kind of the version number, but I think it's just a simple little utility that will update the firmware of your UR22. Okay, so just see someone mentioning they need another UR, their drivers works. So yeah, the URs have been just wonderful little interfaces. You see that someone referred to Jazz Dude as Yoda, which I think is a very appropriate, but Baby Yoda is, according to Jazz Dude, reserved for my son. So, all right. All right, we see that Gareth can't spell Spain correctly, even though he lives there. So, but I would love to come to Spain. So, I haven't been there in a long time. Had lots of great times in Spain. Spent a lot of time in Costa del Sol and on the East Coast in Gandia, which is a bit south of Valencia. And I'm invited to Pablo's house, so I'll have to make it over. All right. Okay. Okay, just reading through lots of great discussion. And we learned that Mark Rabin is a certified confined space radiation rescue caver. Interesting. Okay. Okay, my chat field jumped. There's lively discussion going on. See, I have lots of questions in my features. I'm scrolling back to find my spot. So I see from Ace Amadeus, hi Greg, my SSD drive is full. Can you recommend an external hard drive that has password protection so I can move sounds to it and that works with Cubase 10.5? I think a lot of people like I think it's a Samsung T5. I'm not sure if it has password protection or not. But I see lots of my colleagues and friends and engineers and producers, it's a USB 3.1 SSD drive, and they seem to like it a lot. So that'd be one I would definitely look at. It seems like Samsung does very well with the SSD drives. And probably if you look, you might be able to, if you have the capability maybe of just swapping out your smaller SSD drive for a bigger one, that may be an option as well. So, but check out the I think it's a Samsung T5. Okay, so Mark is going to piggyback on Ace's question. Says, my C drive is close to full, but I want to start working with more samples, loops. Can I put them on D or E? So yeah, you could definitely do that. And there's a little utility that Steinberg has. We'll just kind of look at it here, and it's a Steinberg library manager. So once you do this, you could say, okay, I want to go to all of my Cubase sounds, and all you have to do is you could select it here and just say move, and then at this point, so I probably have this currently open, but you could just kind of come over here and just choose to move, and that will allow you to move it to an external drive. So you could just kind of take all the different Steinberg content, just say move, pick the file path, and boom, boom, boom. And all of your different, samples, your instrument libraries, everything that comes with Cubase or Groove Agent or Hallian sounds, they could all be moved to your external drive, and the link for Cubase to find them is all kind of handled. So just use the Steinberg library manager, and then you can move it to your D or E drive, Mark. All right. All right, good to see Mandy Lane on the Hangout. We see Gareth is recommending Toshiba for drives. All right, so just read through comments. All right. All right, so we're seeing Gareth says you should have a Toshiba because they invented the VCR. So. So I just see from maybe Ipe Walenga says with DSP effects, Greg. Sorry for hitting my mic. It's probably super annoying. So if you could maybe remind me what the original one is a lot of topics ago. So sorry about that. All right, so lots of discussion on VHS and beta. All right, so from Pablo, question. I use the control room every time I create a new project in F4. The stereo outputs are added. That is, the original signal comes out stronger. What am I doing wrong? So are you starting the projects from a particular template, Pablo? If you are, and that template has the stereo out defined, then that could be causing it if you're starting from a template that has that. So usually the audio connections window could be, I think inputs and outputs could be tied directly to a project where necessary, but usually the control room or inputs, but usually I have my outputs just set to not connected. And if I do a new project, I'll just come here. It's set to not connected here as well. So that's why I'm wondering if maybe Pablo is starting off from a particular template that may be referencing the outputs, or, so check that, Pablo, and see if that makes a difference. All right, so I see a question from Ace. For reading and writing to external drive, are we better off with external SSD or 7200 RPM regular USB 3 drive? So I would probably go for the SSD. One, it's going to be quieter, it's going to use probably less power, and I'm pretty sure it'll be faster. So. Okay, so hello, Greg. Nice to hear you. Question: can we count somehow all of the selected MIDI events from selected MIDI tracks? That's a good question. All right. This is, I guess, if you get paid per note, but just kidding. All right, so I'll play a melody for Gareth so he can have something to compose a song with later. Let me adjust a couple things on my desk. Okay, just look for all right, so let's see if there's a way. So let's just come here and all right, so now I've recorded some MIDI information, so I don't think I could see all of my events listed here. So let's take a look at my project browser, maybe. All right, so I don't think it indicates how many actual notes are. Let's take a look in the list editor and see if there's a way to indicate counting. So I'll look in the logical editor just in case, but I don't think.
So let's come over here. Yeah, so I don't know of a way to do it. There may be some clever workaround, but I was thinking maybe in the, like here we could see all the events, but I don't think it gives us, it doesn't add up the quantity of those events. But I'll play around with it some more. But maybe if you could let me know like what the use case is, that might be that could be helpful. So from Matthias, it says, last week I asked about the incremental input and you showed us how to do it, but there's no way I can get it to work. I tried both on Mac and PC, Cubase 10.5.2 and Cubase LE, but no luck. So I know that it had not worked for a while, but let's come over here to my inputs. I'll just do it again because I thought I tested it in 11 and it didn't work, and I was a little surprised that it worked kind of as expected. So let's say I have these 16 mono ins and I add 16 tracks. So it might be something that was kind of resolved in, that was changed in version 11. That, you know, maybe it's coming with the last maintenance of 10.5 range. So let's say if I come here, let's say I get to, I'm just holding down the shift key. So it may not be, let me just check again to see if that incrementally adds them. So it's not doing it for me now. So, but I know it worked. So if I send it all to, just try. Yeah, so I know it worked the last time. You think I'm doing the same thing. This time I'll try another modifier key, but I think when I would run, now they're all set to the same. But I could do some more testing, but I know there was an issue in 10.5.2. But I'll see, check. I know that the last version of 10.5 is in testing, and I'll test that and pass it along to the team as well. So, and I just see also, it was like I then loaded a project made by Chris and tried patching the incremental inputs, and it went the way you showed. I then made a new project, tried again, but no luck. So I'll see if I can figure it out some more. But sorry about that. So if you want to send me an email to, clubcubase@steinberg.de, I'll make sure to play around with it before Friday's hangout. All right, good to see Jay from Connecticut on a hangout. Gareth is saying chord tracks equals fun. All right. So we see a nice message from Mark Rabin. Hi, Greg. Thanks so much for all your knowledge, as always. You're welcome. Glad to share. Okay, so I just see from Rodney, or I'm sorry, from Ace Amadeus, it says iBook, USB 3.0 need power supply, or just get one plug into USB. I'm on a PC laptop. So I think a lot of them will work on the power supply, but if you have a lot of other kind of power hungry devices, if you have one that could be powered externally and off of the USB bus, I think you have a lot more power in USB 3 buses or USB-C connectors. So, and it could depend on how much power is being drained by other components on your system, but have the option of an external power supply is a good thing. Okay, so how do I change the meter colors? Okay, so let me just jump to a particular project here. All right, so if I wanted to change my meter colors, we go to Preferences, and then you'll see under Metering, Appearance. Here you could switch to defaults. So let's say, so you could have meters that are in this right-hand zone, and you could have independent meter coloring for each of the different meter types. So if I wanted to come here, I could say this is going to be for our channel meter. So if I wanted to double click and make this very blue, and at the top, so I can say okay. Then if I hit apply, you'll see that my meters get more blue. So right now I'm on this side. We're set to EBU scale. So if I wanted to go to EBU, I could have my own different meter color scheme. So if I say okay at minus, so now I can say apply. And then if you totally mess it all up like I just did, you just click on defaults, hit OK. And I'll go back to my channel meters here and just switch those. So I'll say, okay, our channel meter, and then I could just go back to defaults. So once again, preferences under metering, appearance. Then you could, create your own color schemes as well. Okay, so just see, anyone know how I can set UVO workstation in Cubase? It doesn't want to work. Let me just check that out real quick, see if it's a software plugin. So maybe it's UVI. So generally if you have the option of doing like, VST3 and 64-bit, make sure that you're doing that. So I'm just seeing if it... So I'm just looking at it to see... I don't know if it's VST3 or not, but if you have the option of, to install a VST3 or a VST2, just install the VST3. And if you have the 32-bit or 64-bit option, choose 64-bit. All right. All right. So question. Use 3 monitors. Project on screen 1. Mix console on screen 2. Effects plus on screen 3. Even though I have updated the workspace, it always shows the project on screen 2. Forces me to move it back. It could be that maybe, and I'm just running kind of a single monitor, but it could be that it's, maybe if you go into Windows where you could set which monitor is 1, 2, or 3. So if it's a Windows, and I think you could do the same thing on Mac, where maybe if you set the first window to like a primary display or to screen 1, the computer will have kind of a priority in addition to the priority that you may think of just from physical placement of the screens. So, see if you could make sure that is set to screen 1. Sorry, I think my son is done with school. He's knocking on my door. Bear with me just for a second. All right. Sorry about the interruption. All right. Yeah. So check just to make sure that you have Windows defined as screen 1 is what you think is screen 1. I would try that. Okay. Okay, so question from George Brighter. Can you tell me how to get my Roland TD-17 brain to record right into Cubase MIDI grid? So if you want to, record directly into the MIDI part, you may just have to come over here. So let's say I will just add quick instrument track. So, there's different MIDI record modes. So you could just have it automatically merge new parts. So if you go to the MIDI record modes, you click on merge. And at this point, let's say, okay. And you have, once that is selected, you'll see kind of different MIDI. You'll see a MIDI record mode directly here. And I'll just switch that instrument to quick drum. So as long as you have like a MIDI communication between the device via USB, but if kind of the question is more how to get it directly into. So now, if I wanted to just record directly, I could
And I'll just make this a little louder so you guys could hear it better. So now we could see that all that information is just kind of showing up directly in the grid. So just like that, but it would be kind of the same exact. So as soon as I hit record, and I could record directly in the editor. And if you don't have this on, you could record. And as you record, so some people get confused because as you record, you don't see it appear. Until you stop, unless you have record in editor activated. So give that a shot, George, and let me know if that makes sense and helps you out. Okay, so I just see question. Every time I record, the hi-hat and other drums don't match up to the drum map. So, the drum map, just may be mapped differently for your device. So you could actually make drum maps. So let's say if I wanted to go here, with a Groove Agent kit, it's smart enough where you could go to your drum map and say, create drum map from instrument. And now when I double click, all of the different instruments are created here. If you're using another instrument, there's probably a good chance that capability isn't part of that instrument. So when I come here, we could go to your drum map setup, and you could just, come over here and say, okay, C1 is, call it whatever you want. And you could just do this. A lot of times there may be a generic MIDI, drum map. So, you could come over here and say, okay, I have a GM map, and, your drums may not line up to that. So you may have to make a drum map for your particular instrument because those are instrument specific. So if I go to a different drum set in Groove Agent, that, those aren't going to line up. But within Groove Agent, you could just choose the, so as soon as it's actually made, you could just come right over here and have that automatically create drum map from the instrument. So then all of the sounds will be aligned correctly there based on samples. So we see, Greg, how to set up punch in out automatically. So if I wanted to punch in and punch out on, let's say, a particular measure or beat, you could just, I'm going to select like the range tool here. So let's say I wanted to punch in on this measure. So I'm going to hit the letter P, and that'll be like the left and right locators. And then I hit I on my computer keyboard and O. And we could also activate this just to the left of the main transport. So we turn those on. And now, as we want to do this, it'll punch in on the selected track. So say I arm this track. So let me arm the track, set it for an input. Okay, so now when we get to this particular area on this track, it's going to punch in. So it should just do it. I'll just do it on Groove Agent. So now we'll just punch in. All right. So should be
punching in based on the left and right locators. Now there's another trick that you could do is if you have this range set. Let me see if that makes a difference having the range turned off. But you could also, if you go to transport, you could say punch points. And you can say punch points to range selection. So sometimes people go, I got these little weird red parts. So let's say if I have this, and we go to punch points. So if I wanted the punch points to be, the punch in, punch out to be decoupled from the actual left and right locators, I could just come here. So set the punch point. So I see like these little red lines. So now I could have this loop. And then punch in, punch out, cycle, punch in, punch out. So, but just make sure you have the range selected between the left and right locators, or you could set up punch points and hit I and O on your computer keyboard. And that should get your punch all set up for you. Okay, so from Brianna, I have problems with colorizing my tracks. Okay. So I'll do a new project. So say I wanted to add bunch of tracks without colors. So if I wanted to select a number of tracks, I'll just hold down my shift key and say, okay, I want to take these 6 tracks. I'm going to activate the paintbrush tool. And now I'm going to just select the color. And I could just select multiple tracks colored accordingly. So if I wanted to take these tracks here, so I'll just hold down Control and say I want alternate tracks to be done to a different color. So once that tool is active, we can just set those kind of by default. So that's how you could select multiple tracks and colorize multiple tracks, Brianna. Other ways you could do it on a 1-by-1 basis is in the mix console. You could actually just kind of click here and choose the colors. You could also, on the track basis, come right here to this little line and change the colors accordingly. So you can give those suggestions a quick try if you don't want to use the color tool. All right. So we see Gareth has a question for everyone. What metering system do you all use? I'm always K14 when recording mixing. So, you know, as long as you kind of know, I think that's a great metering system to be using. And that's kind of the CATS system. So I think it's from Bob Katz's book, who, you know, did a wonderful book on mastering, came up with kind of, you know, different metering options. There's a CAT system 20, 14, and 12. So, but, you know, anything that you're kind of used to can get you into, you know, where you want to be. So. Okay, so just see kind of a further comment from Brianna. It says, sometimes I cannot just make the color change in the project window, and I don't seem to be able to remain my colors, or maybe retain my color schemes or the number of colors. So again, the colors can be kind of done on a project by project basis. So if you wanted to go to your project, you could go to
the project colors set up. So if you start off with a template, at that point you could have kind of consistency. But if you go to the options here, or different presets here, you could see, you know, more coloring options, you know, and you could say, okay, color tints if you wanted to. And then when you go to colorize, you could do this. And next time that you go to that particular project, if you save the project or start off with that particular template, those will all be available. All right, just reading through comments. Okay, so I see from Douglas, in a hub, remove from list at right click is not removing from the list. They just pile up. Cubase 11 Pro, any fix for that? So I think it's going to be in the next maintenance release. It'll be handled in the next maintenance release. So currently it'll be that way. So I know it kind of sucks. But you know, I have seen the other one work. So hopefully soon when it's all done with testing. So. All right, question. Can I disable the bottom editor so that when I double click on a MIDI map, it only works in a separate window? So yes, we can do that. So okay, so let's say I have my beautiful part here, and instead of opening this into the lower zone, when I double click, I want it to open up in a separate window. So if we go to preferences and go to editors, we could say double click opens editor in a window. So now when I double click, I can just double click here, and then it's all opens in its own separate window by default. So you could come over here and again, preferences, double click opens editor in a window. And that's all you have to do. Hi, Greg. Is there a way to drag your own MIDI files in Beat Designer? I don't think so, but let's take a look. Okay, so I'll just make a horrible drum beat here. Okay, so let's open up Beat Designer. So I think really the intention is to kind of create in Beat Designer, but let's give it a shot. let me see if I copy this. Yeah, so I don't know of a way to get to copy from MIDI data into Beat Designer. So we can kind of use Beat Designer. So most people do this here and drag it out to a part as opposed to. So, but I could pass that along, but I'll just try. See if I copy. Okay, I don't know a way to do that, but I could mention that to some of the planning guys. Okay, we're doing okay on time. Thanks for all the wonderful questions. If you've learned something new, make sure you hit the like button. Right, reading through comments. Apparently Gareth is famous again. Okay, so we just see how to change time signatures in MIDI loops. So I'm not sure if it's a MIDI loop or like a MIDI pattern. So let's say if I wanted to come here, just fine. Okay, let's work with that. Okay, so let's say if we have this. So if you want to change time signatures in MIDI loops, so that the time signatures are going to be kind of independent. So if I go to my signature track here, I could say, okay, let's make this 3, 4. So, stuff won't automatically change. So let's say if I now... So even if it's changing kind of the time signatures, you may have to just kind of go into the MIDI event itself and kind of edit accordingly, because you could chop off the last beat. And let's say if I wanted to look at this in like a key editor. Here I could see kind of my signature track. So if I wanted to just, chop off
you know, a particular beat, you know, if I wanted to get rid of you know, to drop a beat here, you know, I could just select just a beat and hit, I think it's Control Shift X, and that will kind of drop one beat and shift the other track over in time. But, you know, this doesn't necessarily change based upon the time signature that's in the project. So. Okay, we're seeing different references to British science fiction. All right, so I see Jazz Dude saying that the MIDI loops will adopt. So, so say if I have this, and if this is what you mean, so let's say if I go to 3, 4, and let's just jump back to play here. I think it's still going to be, so just kind of, you know, turn that into 2 measures, you know, so I don't think that actually changed. It just kind of dropped the beat. So I don't think it will dynamically take a 4/4 pattern and turn it into 3/4. All right, so I just see from just a comment, the trickiest thing I ever had was having ozone on the master bus. It was even huge latency when you bypass it. So yeah, you pay your latency tax. Okay, so from Jam Tracks Reunion, hey Greg, what is the best way to route an audio channel to effects sends only? Is there a method, Cubase 11 Pro, to do this? So let's say, I'll just find, we have some little vocal samples here.
Remember me day after day.
Okay, so let's say if I just want this, you know, we could, you know, if I wanted to just add a send to this, I'll just mute that.
Day after day after. Remember me.
So I could, at this point, just go to my sends. And if I wanted to put send, I could just say add effects channel to a particular send on a track. And then I'll just say, okay, let's just add plate reverb here. And at this point, as we play, I'll just
remember me.
So that's probably the easiest way. And so you could just kind of right click into send, and at the bottom effects, add effects channel to send to, or send whatever particular send you want.
right, so just reading through comments. All right, my chat field just jumped on me. Thanks for all the great questions. All right. Okay, reading through. Excuse me. Okay, so I just see so I think we see from George says playing the wrong MIDI note when remapping. So if you're playing like an external drum kit, sorry if I misunderstood, but let's say if you're playing an external drum kit and you're trying to get it to, in the MIDI pad assignments aren't lined up. So what you could do is, this will be slightly different in other programs, but if we go to Groove Agent, for instance, let me just, thought I had a Groove Agent in here, so bear with me. Okay, so with Groove Agent, you'll see this little icon here where it's use hardware controller mapping. And at this point, you'll have, the Yamaha one is named, I think, the Roland, which are used in lots of studios. I would try just setting this to E drum controller. Now that you have that, that should assign the mapping that electronic drum kits use for the particular sounds, as opposed to what the traditional MIDI mapping is. But once you have this activated also, you could just say, okay, I have my kick drum. I'll just load up a quick kit. You could select a pad and then right click and learn the trigger note and hit the pad, and that will assign the note. Come over here, say, okay, hit the toms, and that will right click and that will learn the trigger note, and just hit it, and that will assign to different pads. So I think 99% of it is just coming over here, activating in Groove Agent, use hardware controller mapping. And this is kind of set up to work with, I think this is a Roland and this is Yamaha mapping for their different drum kits. So give that a try, George, and let us know. I think if it's not lining up and if it's playing different sounds on your hi-hat is playing a tom-tom, I think if you do that, that would do the trick. All right, so we're seeing Dollhouse Studios is saying the Samsung T5 is fantastic. All right, so this, and also the Samsung, this, I think for Ace, the Samsung T5 Touch has password and Touch ID. So. Okay, so from Jam Tracks Reunion, howdy Greg. I'm having an issue getting the metronome loud enough to track to without having to assign to a separate hardware mixer output. Is there a control room set up to get better click output? All right, so let's say if you wanted to increase the volume of the click, let me just get this beyond. So let's say if we're doing this and you can't quite get it loud enough, so you can go to your control room and then you have like your click volume here. So you could, and as you increase the control room volume, that will increase. Now, one other trick that you could do is, let's say, okay, you know, my song is, you know, 129 bars. So I'll come here. Let's set the left and right locators. So I'll just kind of grab my range selection tool here. All right. And then I'm just going to hit P. And I'm going to set like the left and right locators around the whole project. And if you go to your project menu to signature track, you could say render audio click between left and right locators. And that will just make a click track that's an audio file that's going to be just laid out for you here. So I'll turn off this click. And now kind of as you play this audio click, you could just add more gain or less gain here. It's a mixer channel. So you could, you know, if you go to the pre section, you could increase fader gain. You could add another 48.2 dB of gain in the pre section. So you should be able to get it loud enough. So you could quickly just render it as an audio file as well. And that may give you a little more flexibility. Okay. Okay. How do I, okay, just make sure. Okay. So question from Eric Hoffman. How do I back up all of my Cubase 11 track presets that I've created? So all you have to do is go to, and this will incorporate a lot of other different things. Go to your edit menu to Profile Manager and just choose to export. And that will include your macros, your key commands, your track presets, your, you know, your global workspaces. All that will be carried over in your project into your profile file. And you could save it to a thumb drive, email it to yourself, and then be able to open that up in any other project or migrate it to a different computer. Okay, so we just see from Mindspitter Official. Greg and Russ, thanks for what you're doing. I was all day freaking out because of the same crash, but problem solved. Guys, thank you. That's great. Glad you're able to get it resolved. You know, go make some music. Have fun. All right, so Capt Energy Music says, don't forget to show some love and hit the like button. All right. All right, so you see another comment from Eric, but I'm more interested in knowing where Cubase saves the track presets that you can add from use track preset. So if we come over here and we've created a track preset, so I'll just come over here, say, okay, we have this. All right, and I want to make a track preset. So I'll come over here. So I'm going to right click, save track preset. Okay, so we'll call it March 2nd, 2021. Okay, so now I think if we go to our media bay, these will go under our user preset. So I'm going to say, let's look for all right.
So it's probably going to go under user content. Let's say track presets. So let's say audio. So if you just kind of search for it in your pool folder or in the media bay, then I think we could actually just come right over here and reveal in Finder. And then it could actually just kind of show you the exact folder. Here's my preset here. So I could just, so there you could actually find the exact path of where you want it to be. So let's say it's going to be under on the Mac, application support, Steinberg, track presets, audio, and there's my March 2nd, 2021 preset. So that's where they are. But again, you could back them up and archive them using the profile feature. Okay, from Filter Freak. Hi, Greg. I'm hearing conflicting info about adjusting the Cubase 11.0.1 meter colors. I'm just about to update from Cubase 11. Could you show us the meter colors selection? So again, it's just going to be preferences, metering, and change your appearance. So I would maybe, I know some people have lost some of their custom meters. I would maybe, if you go through here and make your own meters, I would maybe just come over here and, store and maybe create your own, I would store the presets, your preference presets separately. And then that way you could open it up after. I think that maybe Jan had mentioned on last week's Hangout, or maybe I think on last week's Hangout that, when he saved his profile, it didn't carry over. So, but I know that there was an issue with that with some people. Okay, from Gareth. Greg, could you show some of the various track presets? I know composers make a lot of use of that feature. So if you find yourself, normally, working with particular, types of functions, track presets are very useful for being able to, instantly call up different things. So if you have, let's say this is like your drum kit setup, and I'm always working with this particular, I'll just even go to our other file here quickly. And I'll revert this. Okay, so if I wanted to now, I liked how everything was set up here. This is my studio drum kit, and it's permanently set up. I have my piano mic'd. I could just right click here and save a track preset. So I'm going to call this March 2nd drums. Okay, so now if I have everything completely messed up, I could come over here, select these particular track presets, and I can say load track preset, and we'll call it March 2nd drums. And then everything can, all the different settings can be recalled. So if I wanted to come here, let's say I add
I think I could even just... So say I go to track preset multi, I can now just come right over here. And then there's all of my drums that are going to be recalled exactly as I left them, with all the EQs, everything just kind of stored directly there. If I have, you know, sampler track stuff, I could just... Sorry about that. When I come here, I could store this as a track preset. So, you know, so if I just want to just come right over here, so let's say, okay, let's go to my preset management, and I wanted to save track preset. I'll call it Gareth sample. You know, so that's available. If I wanted to, you know, add my instrument track, and I wanted this to be... So say I'll just come over here. But I wanted to add more effects and EQs, so... And let's go ahead and just add so now if I wanted to save that as a track preset with all of the EQ, the compressor, the multi-tap delay. So, and then, you know, just as you start projects, you know, instead of adding a track, just come over here and I'll just save this as, saved as a track preset. So now I'll just come... So, you know, just doing a, you know, completely brand new project, I could just, instead of loading up files, I could just, let's say I'll just remove all the tracks. So I just want to, you know, let's add, so let's just use track presets. So I wanted my drum kit to be added without having to spend, you know, 10 minutes setting it up. I want to come over here. Let's, you know, load, you know, so let's say I want to get to the synth sound. You know, I could, again, just come right over here. So let's say, okay, now I want it, you know, the VST preset. So you could kind of do anything that you wanted to. You could also just add, you know, if you wanted to be the sampler preset. So any of these things you could just kind of add with everything kind of set up. So once you have something set up that you really like, just take a minute or two after the session and just save track presets. Because if someone's like, yeah, you know, make my drum sound exactly like this, or, you know, my guitar sounded great 2 weeks ago. Yeah, make it sound like it did on that project. You could just have those recalled via track presets. All right, so question. We all know Yamaha keyboards have the best piano sounds out there, like Motif, etc. Are they included on Cubase? If so, where? If so, where? Or can I buy them on Cubase Steinberg Hub? So a lot of the sounds that you actually get inside of Hallian Sonic are actually, I think a lot of these are motif sounds that you get. So once you kind of go through like Hallian Sonic SE, a lot of those patches are actually derived, I think, from like the Yamaha Motif ES. And if you wanted to just kind of search, you know, like here you even have like a Yamaha S90 ES piano sample. That was... So a lot of the sounds that you see here, you know, you go, wow, the electric pianos are very DXy, you know, it's because it's kind of using the same underlying material. And we'll see kind of, you know, as time goes on, we'll see more and more kind of synergy there between those. Yeah, and as Mark Graben, also check out the piano. The Grand is pretty amazing. So if you want to, I'll just play a little bit of the Grand, and this isn't a Yamaha sampling technology, but we'll play it for the benefit of those. So if you're looking for a pretty stellar piano, and this is a piece that my old college professor, who's you know, I worked kind of in college working the electronic music lab. I was kind of the studio manager there, so it's kind of a precursor to what I do now. It's kind of helping composers. But let's see if this is the right file. All right, so I'll just take off my punch in. So the Grand gives you 3 grand pianos, an electric upright, as well as a CP80. So let's go ahead and, this is a Bosendorfer 290. So if you wanted to apply an EQ to bring out different frequencies or ambience. Now the cool thing is you could have these velocity curves. And there's no sample loops whatsoever in this. All right, and we'll listen to a Steinway Model D. And we'll go ahead and listen to Yamaha C7. And you could adjust the tuning independently on each key. And we can listen to an upright piano. Excuse me. I just hear an upright piano that's in tune. And then there's CP80, where you have different effects going on it. So if I put tremolo or phaser. So for like some really, fantastic piano samples, and that type of playing, where I kind of use that project for my college professors, it really kind of, it's almost like the harmonics are composing on, like superimposed intentionally and ringing. It kind of makes a lot of pianos that really kind of choke on polyphony sound pretty weak. So it's a wonderful piano instrument. So, and that's also part of the Absolute 4 collection as well. All right, so let's take a look. We'll get to some questions that were sent in advance. Okay. All right, so we're seeing that the browser and list editor are revelations of the day for Gareth. That's good. Glad I got him in today. So we have a question from Mark Rabin. When I have lots of tracks, my performance meter gets up there anyway to see what's eating my resources besides process of elimination. I think probably the process of elimination is a pretty good way of doing it. So there isn't, because if we have like a meter for CPU usage, if you play one note versus two notes versus three, it's going to be constantly fluctuating on polyphony of the instrument. So it could be just, not such a relevant meter depending on as musical parts come in and go out. So I would try just to, right click and choose to disable tracks, and see, and just kind of keep an eye out on your meters as you, disable particular tracks. Hang on just 1 second. My son's knocking. All right, I'm back. So let's get to some of the questions that were mailed in. Thanks for all the wonderful questions that people have asked. Okay, so I think I have a project that has some files loaded up. Let me activate this. Okay, so the question, so will spectral layers, can I remove artifacts like whistle noise from a separated vocal after use? Spectral layers, here's an example of an older song of mine from 1984. You may use it when you don't have a better example. All right, so let's go ahead and take a listen to the file here and make sure I don't have it up too loud. So let's say. Okay, so when we have something like that, so I'm going to go ahead and open this up in Spectral Layers. So I will come over here and just say, okay, so I'm going to go to Audio menu, that would help, and choose Spectral Layers. All right, so there's probably, as we look at this, we'll probably see a pretty consistent frequency at the top here, which is kind of what I think we want to kind of get rid of here. So I'm going to choose, and this is in Spectral Layers Pro, but we could choose to go to frequency range selection. So what I want to do is just to grab kind of that top area, and I'm going to listen to just that. So as I all right, so what I'm going to do now is we'll just kind of play that file. So I'm going to now just come over here and just kind of hit delete a couple times. And now we'll listen to that particular file. So versus kind of what it was. Where we had that kind of whistle. So again, you can just, I'll just take this into its own sample editor first and come to audio to the spectral layers, extensions. And then that's really kind of all you would need to do. So if I wanted to go to another file here, you could just, go to the extensions and just kind of find that particular frequency range. So question, hello, I recently purchased a MIDI controller, and since it is not working with quick controls very well, I might have messed up the remote devices, including generic remote, Mackie control, quick controls, etc., everything in that folder, and was wondering how to reset all those to default settings. If this question gets answered, I would really appreciate it. All right, so sometimes it's easy to get a little crazy with setting up, different controls. So if we have something set up as VST quick controls, these will control, so I see a lot of people have one controller, maybe a MIDI controller. It has knobs. They want to, drive different components of their software instruments. They want it to do quick controls. They want it to do transport as Mackie control. So, these will show up as, like here I have, over time I have 2 generic remotes and 3 Mackie controls set up. if you find, and if these are all going to the same device, that could create different conflicts. So if you want to kind of start from square one, so it could be like a lot of times when we adjust the the MIDI CC message from the device, and we adjust the quick controls, that those quick controls are kind of allocated and they're kind of used for that particular, so they're kind of spoke for. So they're allocated and they can't really be used for other things. So if you have to kind of start over from scratch, I would just come right over here, and if you just click on the control and just click on the trash, that will remove it, and then you could kind of start over. But if you have a way in a controller, maybe like there's a lot of controllers that has like 8 encoders, and maybe one, and you hit it like an alternate button or a bank 2 button, and those 8 controllers can spit out 16 other or 8 additional MIDI CCs when you hit like a shift button or something like that. So, you could have the top 8 set up for quick controls, the bottom 8 set up for controllers on your synthesizer for expression or, filters or something like that. So you could have those different functions, but realize that if you kind of utilize controllers, multiple times, that it may conflict with the other controllers. And we often get this, one thing is, people, I got a Mackie control, and every time I hit play, it sends a MIDI note message. I hear like a C message, So you can run into different scenarios like that. So try just to click on the controls, and then at that point, just set it up where you could click here to remove the unwanted controllers that you've set up. Okay. So question, hi Greg, I'm trying to figure out how to easily copy and paste something on beat. For example, if you have a kick drum sample and you want to copy it and paste it on quarter notes, I've seen people do it in other programs, but I can't figure out how to do it. Is there a key command I can make for this? Thanks, from Ryan English. So let's say I have just a kick sample here, and I wanted to do like, let's say a 4 and a floor kind of thing, and I wanted this on every single beat. So, if I select this and I hit, we can have the grid set to beat. And now if I wanted to hold down my Alt or Option key, I could move the events to the grid, but when holding down Alt or Option, I can now just move it directly to the grid. Now, if I wanted to duplicate, I could just select the range, because a lot of times people get confused. If I duplicate this event, and I can do this by hitting Control or Command plus the letter D for duplicate, it'll just duplicate the event right after itself. But that may not work rhythmically. So we see this, 4 doesn't necessarily work because it's a little longer than a 16th note, or, So what we want to do is take the range. So we could grab the range tool. So if we go to the top, I'm going to select 1 beat of range, and then I could just hit Control or Command D, and that will automatically map it out and align it to the grid. So something that's helpful when you're doing this is to make sure that you have snap enabled, and that's the letter J. And that way it's going to snap to the grid, not be a little early, not be a little late. So give those suggestions a try. So I would just, if I was starting from scratch, I would just select 1 measure, starting with the sample here with the range selection. And we'll zoom out, make sure that, again, snap is turned on, and you can do that by the letter J, and then Control or Command D, and you just made a dance hit. That's all you had to do. Okay, question. I keep getting this. No Q channel available. Cannot set up VST Connect. I started with an empty Cubase setup. I have the TalkBack set up and control room set up. Then when I select VST Connect SE, I get this message, no Q channel available, Q not set up, VST Connect, what can I do? So, if when you're doing a VST Connect, probably the easiest way to start is if you go to like your VST cloud, and just choose create VST Connect. So if you kind of do it, it could be a pretty involved process. So here, what it will do is it will actually add, and I have this done already. So it's going to add a Q mix for the VST Connect and do the routing. But I just kind of start with like a brand new project and just click on that. Okay, so I've defined my talkback. I could see, once connected, I could see everything from the other person. It's created the performer record channel. When I go to the inserts, we could also see the VST Connect monitor has been added and a Q mix has been added with the VST Connect Q mix plugin there. So that one process will kind of do all those different things and add to VST Connect. So make sure that you're starting off with just the create VST Connect. And maybe, if you have if you go to the audio connections and you have, 4 Q mixes set up, try just, removing one of the Q mixes. So if I do this, I will just say remove that Q mix. I'm going to remove the plugins here. So now I will, let's say, just remove this track. All right. So I'm going to remove the VST Connect, everything there. So when you watch this, it's now going to make kind of all of those different connections and routings for you automatically. So I would, if you're trying to do it manually, you can, but it could be a pretty involved process. So, let the computer work for you and do those 13 steps. And I think you should be able to get it to work. Okay. In Groove Agent 5, question. In Groove Agent 5, I've managed to send an acoustic agent kit outputs to my Cubase mixer for processing, but the snare and cross stick are sharing a mixer channel, and I can't work out how to separate them. Can you advise? I'm using Cubase 11 on Windows 10. Thanks in advance. So depending on the kit, and I think some of the different kits that when you work with here may kind of just be set up for this in particular. So I think a lot of the default kits, when I come here, all right, so I'll just go to the instrument, and let's say if I wanted to switch, let me just see if I go to the pattern, if I get different. Let's see if I get one with like a cross stick on it. So I think kind of the design intention of this is like, because it's coming, so we can see that we could have things kind of broken out, and we could think of this as almost like by the microphone as opposed to the MIDI note. Because when we're actually recording a real drummer, you're going to have the same snare. The snare mic is also picking up the rim shot mic. So, you could think of it, so that's why it kind of they share the same outputs, because it's not like it's trying to make the cohesion and the phase relationship so that you're using the same microphone like you would on an acoustic drum kit. So, with the acoustic agents, that's kind of how a lot of the kits, it's not limited to that, but it's a design intention to make it easier for people to work. So I know some people will hit a rim shot, render it out to a separate instance of Groove Agent, and just drop the sample in, and be able to, have it on a different output if necessary. But it's the intention that, it's the same mics that are hitting this, that are picking up the snare, from the bottom mic, the top mic, the rooms, the overheads, the hi-hats, the kick, all those are kind of picking up everything coming from that location in the drum kit. So it's kind of being, authentic in that manner. But if you need to have other kits, you could load up a beat agent kit or make your own kit quickly. And if you needed to separate them, but a lot of times you may not need to, or just use automation as well if you wanted to, change the reverb for the rim shot as opposed to the snare. But that's kind of the design intention, is if it was like an acoustic drum kit, that snare mic is going to pick up both the rim shot, the quiet snare, and and a loud smack on the snare as well. All right. So he says, hi, Greg. I asked just a follow-up from last Friday's Hangout. I asked a question you were unable to answer in the YouTube live stream today. Actually, won the last time, which you weren't sure of. But anyhow, for now, if you can find out whether there is a shortcut, or if we can make one or a macro to deactivate all the inserts, not disable or bypass on a channel complete project, that would be very helpful. The fact that it exists in the top bar, click Alt and press the ins. The ins button means that it's somewhere, but I cannot find any reference to it in the key commands. I would appreciate if you're looking into this for me, please. So we had this discussion last week kind of about this. So if we have a plugin, and I just kind of we'll call it like a stress test for a particular file, and I won't play it because it's kind of annoying sounding. But let's say if I have this file of how to to deactivate all of the inserts. So, there's two different states. There's kind of bypassed and disabled. So let's say if I was playing back, and I'll just open up my performance meter to show this. And of course, my Mac's not going to cooperate with the keyboard. So let me open up the performance meter. So I'm going to play this. And then let's say if I open up my inserts on this, and I'll go to the performance window. I'll just set that to always on top. So if I come over here and let's say I just put 16 multi-tap delays, which each had like 9 plugins loaded in this particular preset, we can see that will go up pretty significantly CPU wise. So, but if I wanted to come here, hold down, if I wanted to free up CPU resources while it's playing, that I could choose to, if I hold down the Alt key, that and I would practice this before. Let me just see if I... All right, so I don't want to reset. If I just... All right, so if I come here, I could just turn off kind of all of the plugins, and that will, you know, change the CPU resources. So the plugins are still kind of loaded up for if I needed to activate them one at a time. But if I hold down the Alt individually now, you can see that this gets darker, and that means that it's deactivated. So, but you don't get much CPU performance. But I wasn't able to find a way to just, you know, turn it all off as you want, but I'll kind of mention it to the product planning team again. So, okay, so another question. Okay, and this is, let's see, Martin from Hamburg. So, all right. Okay, so question. If I insert markers, let's say markers 1 through 15, I'd like to jump to them directly using keys. So this is possible with for markers 3 through 9 with the numeric keypad, and to marker 1 and 2 by holding Shift plus numeric keys above the alphabet. But is there a way to jump directly to markers from 10 upwards using keys? I already know of double click on markers and Shift plus BN as an alternate way to navigate, as well as marker windows, but is there a direct way? It'd be great. So I'm going to, let me just add some marker track here quickly. Okay. Okay, so there is kind of a keyboard shortcut that you could use to navigate to particular markers. So I'm just going to go to the markers, and it's under like to marker X. Let me just search for it. Okay, so if you go under, it looks like under transport, you'll see to marker X. So I just have it, I just did a keyboard shortcut that I made. So just Command Option plus Shift plus N. So what I could do now is, let's say I want to go to marker 12. I hit that keyboard shortcut and then type in 12, and it will take you directly to that marker. So let's say if I'm here, so, and then once you do that, let me make sure I have the right keyboard shortcut for that one more time. So, but once you do that, you could just, you know, type in, and, you know, once you trigger that keyboard shortcut, you could then, you know, just say to marker X, and at that point, it will automatically just, okay, so I'll just come here. So now it says to marker when I hit the keyboard shortcut. So I say 14, enter. It takes you to marker 14, 12, you know, 10. So that's kind of an easy way just to navigate to markers beyond 9. Okay, question. In Adobe products, holding space for moving the whole content with the hand tool is pretty handy. I found in Cubase is pressing the scroll wheel at the middle of the key of the mouse is the equivalent, but how to do that on a laptop or with a trackball without having a scroll wheel or middle key. I haven't found anything inside of Cubase shortcuts. I'd really like to see that functionality, a possible shortcut implementation. So for those of you that aren't familiar with this, let me just jump to a different project here. So let's say if I wanted to navigate kind of the whole project quickly, I just have my mouse scroll wheel. So if I press the scroll wheel down, we can now just kind of navigate the project around just by holding down the mouse scroll wheel button. So to get this functionality on a trackpad, I know that depending some trackpads, and you may have to go into the trackpad control settings. So I don't know of a keyboard shortcut that allows you to kind of navigate like so. But a lot of the trackpads can have like where maybe, if you hold down 3 fingers, can do other functions. And one of the functions I've seen in other trackpads, especially on Windows, is where if you hold down the 3 buttons and move it, that it's simulating the pressing the middle mouse button or the mouse scroll wheel button. So check that because it's just kind of part of the operating system. So, check your trackpad settings, and sometimes you may be able to download like another trackpad control panel, and I think that you should be able to get that working if the trackpad is equivalent to that, or you can buy a $7 mouse, worst case scenario. Okay, question. How to make projects downward compatible. I'd like to pass over my Cubase 10.5 projects to another musician using Cubase Pro 8. I'm going to avoid using plugins other than my recorded audio. I'd like to pass over my marker and arranger tracks. I can't find a function like in Adobe products for saving for downward compatible usage, how to make sure that he or she can open the projects without any problem. So, a lot of the times the project file is the same. So if you're not really using any of the new functionalities, that project file should, if you're just doing audio, markers, and arranger tracks, those should, I think, just carry over right away because there really haven't been any changes to the file formats for that. So I don't think you'd have to do anything special to activate that, and you could actually, even if you have 10.5, you could install Cubase 8.5, run it off of your 10.5 license and try it. But I would send like a quick test project, and I think that would open up. It's generally, when people are utilizing features that are in the later version that weren't in the previous version, that could be problematic. But a lot of times if it's kind of if the functionality is in the previous one, it's the same file, the project format. All right, another question. I can't find the function event display transparent, Alt+T anymore. Any hints? So if you wanted to, I'll just kind of make this, sorry, you may hear my son running above my office here. All right, so let's say if I have this blue event and I wanted this to be transparent. So this is a feature that was in previous versions of Cubase in the window, and it kind of went away, I think, in 10. And then kind of rock producing legend Michael Wagner, he really liked it, so I kind of lobbied for him, and we got it back. But if you go to preferences, I don't think it's triggered from a key display, and we go to event display. So I think this is what you're talking about it's now called event handling opacity. So I'm going to turn that all the way down and hit apply. And let me just see.
So I'm just going to switch back to our project here. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'll take this. Let's go to our event display, opacity, and then I'll click apply. So generally, let me just return that to the defaults. But, you know, try this particular or event opacity, I'm sorry. Now we come over here. And then you could have kind of the transparent events where you could only see this way, you could see the grid line underneath. All right, so with that, we've run a little bit over. I want to thank everyone for wonderful questions. If you have any, you know, feel free to send an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de, and we'll see everyone on Friday. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy, and take care. Goodbye.